You know, I was really trying to think of something snarky to be able to respond to that. What's up, Tequila? How you doing, buddy? J-Speed? Centurion? Wait, J-Speed, didn't you build a new rig not too long ago? You can handle the visuals. Centurion, no, not to, it's supposed to be the same temperature today, but after today it'll cool down roughly 10 degrees Fahrenheit, so it'll still be, you know, in the what, high 20s, I guess. It'll be around 80 degrees for the next like 2 weeks. How's everybody doing today? You guys ready to kick off this career? So I did make a few changes. I did install one more part, well, two more part mods, I guess technically. Universal storage, and you'll see why once you actually see it, or if you already know it, you'll know why. And then the other is Dmagic orbital science, right? It gives you more science parts. And then I went ahead and installed Kerbinside, which adds a whole bunch of pre-built bases around Kerbin, and which requires because I also decided to go with a bunch of contract packs to try to give different things to be done, right? It's not going to be the same old usual contract stuff. It adds a little bit more variety. HD2, you're gonna have to, what is HD2? I'm trying to keep them. What's funny is the mod list keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Oh my god, dude. That scared the shit out of me. And J-Speed?
101 submissions.
You know, I think at this point, J-Speed, we both need to go to counseling. Helldivers 2, okay. Alucard, what's up, buddy? I mean, at this point, J-Speed, I think we probably need to go for couples therapy. All right. Okay, so real quick, if you want to see what I was talking about here, our mod list has gotten quite large, even without hardly any part mods, right? This is now our game data folder. And I do not yet have a finalized mod list, as there are some things that we may or may not be missing, and or something we need to add, which we won't know until we actually get started. Right there, there's always something that's been forgotten, or something else, right? Or a conflict, and you end up having to remove one. Your daughter's a psychologist in California. You'll refer us? Well, I'm in California. He's in Texas. But hey, J-Speed, the one thing I can say though is that we probably have the longest running long distance relationship ever, because he's in Texas. But damn, dude, 101 months, man. J-Speed, I appreciate it, brother. It's been a journey. Alright, so I did this, but my sister just came back from somewhere. Give me 2 seconds and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. With a dog. And some Taco Bell. Because I haven't eaten yet today. Alright, let's get started, shall we? Booyah! What's up, buddy? How you been, man? Nothing watching a Marine Corps ad before watching a former Ranger. Yeah? I clicked on the wrong thing. Cancel. I misclicked. Alright, start new. Career. Just looking at some of the other flags in here, but yeah, we're choosing, we're gonna go with this rocketology flag today. Alright, difficulty options. This we're gonna have to go through here. But yeah, not too bad. Delta just walked out because she realized I was streaming. She followed me in because I have food. But as soon as she realizes I'm streaming, she's like, yep, I'm out. Bet later. She dislikes my streaming more than any of the other dogs, that's for sure. Okay, the basic stuff. Reentry heating. So I am using deadly reentry, so... But we are going to increase that for now. Alright, missing crews will not be respawning. Alright, we're going to allow flight reversion for testing purposes. Alright, and we will need to actually buy parts in addition to researching them. And I'm going to turn on allow other launch sites, enable comm network, yes. Science rewards, we're going to go down to 20%. Right, we do have a couple of mods that do add in a little bit more science, ScanSat and Dmagic orbital science. Right, adds in more science, but honestly, once you unlock the science lab, I mean, you're literally printing science over time. All right, reputation penalties is going to go up to 500%. All right, so if we kill a Kerbal or something, we're going to feel it. Fun penalties will go to 200%. All right, we're going to go with part G-force limits and Kerbal G-force limits, but not part pressure limits. Because the part pressure limits are a little odd. All right, but our G-force tolerance, though, we're going to go down to half. All right, that puts them around 9 Gs.
Howdy, Rocket.
Hey, Hildebrandt! Thank you so much, man, for that resub, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, Tequila, if they put out any support messages to find out, you know, to say what's up. Yep, always allow action groups. This bugs me that this is turned off by default. All right, require a signal for control. Yes. Plasma blackout. Yes. All right, atmospheric occlusion modifier vacuum. We're going to go to 99%. And part occlusion modifier atmospheric. For this one, we're going to go to 101%. Hildebrandt, yes. We went through some stuff yesterday, demonstrating a few things. But yeah, today is the launch of the new career. It'll be stock scale. I have not finalized the mod list yet. I tried to minimize part mods as much as possible. The only part mods we have are Restock Plus. Obviously, I'm running Restock, but it doesn't add any parts. It just changes the stock ones. Airplane Plus, you really need it for airplanes, right? Dmagic, Orbital Science, ScanSat, and Universal Storage. And that's it for parts. Everything else is visual, quality of life, utility. DJ, what's up, buddy, man? Long time no see, bud. Hildebrand, yeah, this is BlackRock's newest version of his volumetric clouds and scatterer, and they're mind-blowing. Sorry, what are you sorry about? Coming in hot, baby. Jamorian coming in hot. Hey, Jim, what's going on, man? Can I please get a shout out there for Mr. Jim, for anybody that does not know Mr. Jamorian? If you don't know Jamorian, and Jamorian is literally the most laid back guy ever to stream on Twitch. And he is an old school Kerbal streamer. All right, what kind of already came in from Jamorian? I am Rocket, and this is Rocketology. We do rocket stuff here most of the time. Well, actually, we've been taking a break from it, actually. But you are in luck. We are launching a brand new career today in Kerbal Space Program. I was just kind of going over. I do not have a finalized mod list just yet. There's a couple of things that might still be in flux. But part mods, the only thing we're running is Restock Plus, which also means we're running Restock. Dmagic Orbital Science, which adds more Orbital Science experiments. Universal Storage, well, I guess Kiz and Kaz can account as well for parts, so to speak. And that's it. Everything else is just visual, stock scale, and quality of life, utility stuff. And immersion. Okay, why am I looking at this, JSpeed? Randomly crash RPGs install every 5 days. Yeah, okay, I remember that now. How do you remember this stuff, dude? And DJ, the check scene command is primarily for the moderators when I'm like doing this, but I'm like showing the game, right? Or I'm talking about the game and you can't see what I'm talking about because I forgot to switch scenes back. That's what that's for. By the way, how is Stationeers these days? But yeah, the check scene is to make, to get my attention to, hey, you're on the wrong scene. Okay, so do we have anybody that's never seen, that came in with Jamorian that doesn't know what Kerbal Space Program is? I mean, if you play Stationeers, odds are you probably know what Kerbal Space Program is. Too complicated for your brain? Well, just like everything else, it's, it's little bits at a time. I haven't played Stationeers. It's always interested me, but it was in early. Is it even still in? Is it still in early access? Oh, that hurts, dude. Jim, that hurts. That's like me for Kerbal. Like I take Kerbal deaths very, very seriously. All right, as I said, we're going through right now, just doing the final setup for the new career mode. As I said, we're also running a whole bunch of contract packs to try to get some new and different stuff going on. All right, crew R&R. All right, max vacation day is going to be 14 days. Minimum is, we'll go with 3. Oh, do not automatically set crew. What, knots for airplanes? All right, let's start it. Jim, yeah, that's the big thing with for me now with early access games. Is it enough of a complete experience? Like, it's like it's an early access, you know, it's a very small slice of the game. And it's like, okay, but you know, it's like with like right now, you know, they've given some veterans access to Kitten Space Agency, KSA, the spiritual successor to this game, KSP1. But there's not enough there to really do anything. Right, so I haven't really expressed interest in getting a hold of it because what are you exactly you're gonna do? It's not even early access, really, yet. J-Speed, yeah, we're gonna have to see how that goes. By the way, I got tacos that are getting cold here, so I'm gonna start munching on a taco here real quick, if you guys don't mind. Alright, nothing like Taco Bell tacos. Oh, my sister got me the Dorito tacos. Even better. Hope you like Dorito tacos. Alright, so I got a nice, good... I don't know how well you can see that. The lettuce is kind of chroma keyed, so it looks a little weird, but hey. Dorito taco. And I forgot to grab napkins. Give me 1 second. All right, so it may have been more than just 1 second. It might have been a couple. Okay. All right. Feels weird coming back to Kerbal. All right, we haven't done a new career in a few years, or started a career in a while. All right, so once again, I have the KSC Extended installed. All right, which is why our KSC looks so big. I also have the KSC Harbor installed by Mar. The KSC Harbor, this is borrowed from the GNSQ Planet Pack. Right. And since I don't have a mod list, if you see something that you don't recognize or want to know what it is, just ask and I'll point you in the right direction. right, let's go hit up mission control. Okay, what's up, buddy? Citrate, it's literally called KSC Extended. There's another mod that makes it even bigger. But it's KSC Extended. All right, so let's see what we got here. Do some science by launching a vessel in the air. Orbit Kerbin, we're not ready for that yet. Reach for the stars. Suborbital trajectory is a maybe. All right, do some science and, well, let's do this first. Perform experiments around the KSC. I'm not sure how we'll get that, but let's take that that one, and let's do some science. You know, it actually means launching a vessel, but we can do that. Take a look at what parts we actually start with. Not a whole hell of a lot. All right, double just checking to make sure we actually have a parachute. All right, I'm going to reduce the reaction wheel authority down to, actually no, we're going to go to 0. We're going to 0 for this early stuff. We have no decouplers. Really? Well, that means we're going to have to do the early science crawl first before we can do anything else. Oh. We want partless for this. Right, so let's slap on some goo. The inline version. That's all we have is goo. That's it. Alright, let's go with the orange base suit for Jeb. Alright, all we're gonna do is put him on the launch pad and collect some science. Now, there's a KSC Enhanced, which does something else. And then there's a completely different one that's called Vans something or the other, Vans KSC or something like that. And it's absolutely massive. Let's observe the goo. Observe the other goo. Let's get a crew report. That's EVA Mr. Jeb Kerbin. Let him get an EVA report. Alright, we'll let him store that, and world first milestones. We have performed EVA test at home. Alright, I need to reset up some of this because I realize I need a I'll wait. Boy, these Kerbals are heavy breathers. Yep, we had to run away from the pad there real quick. Yep, we're still on the launch pad. Alright, yep, once we get down here, we should be off the launch pad. Alright, wow. These Kerbals are naturally camouflaged in the grass. Oh, we're still on the launch pad, seriously? By the way, look at these clouds. Well, and the grass, the terrain, all this. Still the launch pad? Seriously? Well, I'm not gonna have them run any further away. If it's not giving us anything other than launch pad at this point. The early science game. So what do you guys do in the early science game? You feel like somebody needs to mow the lawn there? Yeah, seriously, right? Somebody really needs to get out the weed eater. Well, yeah, well, it's that leaning forward, you know, to get that momentum. You know, when you take off sprinting, you kind of lean forward really hard, right? Are we still on the launch pad? All right, dude. Give me a different EUA report. There we go. From the crawl away. There we go. Half point of science. There we go. Finally. Jeez, a new biome. All right, Jeb, run your little butt off. J-speeds, you suffer? Well, you've been watching me for 101 months, so I'm gonna have to assume you enjoy it. That you enjoy suffering. Oh, new careers, okay. I think both can be true though, right? All right, let's recover that and eat taco. We earned
2 science.
And Jeb didn't get any ribbons. Oh, we need 5 for basic rocketry. Another 5 for basic engineering, which also gives us, actually, even before basic rocketry, we would go with engineering 101 because it gives us more science experiments. More science experiments begets more science. DJ, you've never heard my voice modulator before?
DJ enter. Sounds like fatality.
I also have some really annoying ones. Alright, we're just gonna call this Science Craft 1. Let's load up a new Kerbal. We'll put Valentina in here. But we're gonna swap editors. And it pulled her out, of course. All right, launch. Because we're going to put her on the runway, which is a different biome. If you're not aware, there are multiple different biomes around the KSC. Alright, get those 3 reports. Let's have her get out. Get an EVA report. Store it. Alright, if I run you off the runway, will you give me a new biome? Into the weeds, Val. Oh, through the weeds, I guess. Okay. Just don't smoke them. Nope, still the runway. I think the breathing we might have to do something about, because it might eventually drive me nuts. let's recover that. My taco fell apart. Very rude adolescent joke you could throw in there, but hey. Okay. I guess it's another 1.5 science. Alright, we're at 3.5 science. Remember, we set our science limit to 20%? So... completely forgot about flag planting. The thing I do want to though is add this to action groups. There we go. All right, Bob the scientist. Let's go to the harbor heliport and get some science from over there. I know to fly to different biome. Oh, we're untagged over here, huh? Alright, but we can go to our different locations. Same thing, even if you have the desert runway, you can do the same thing there. Launch pad, tower. Yada, yada, yada. But that gives us our 5 science that we need. Alright, so let's go to R&D. And let's grab Engineering 101. Research. Added 2 control decouplers, huh? And regular decouplers. Alright, let's go ahead and unlock those parts. Let's leave the facility, and that's enough for our first day in Kerbal Land. So they're going to warp to the next morning here. And let's add some more science experiments. Blankster, what's up, buddy? Right, as we unlocked the thermometer. So we can add that, and we unlocked the magnetometer, so we can add that. Looks silly, I know, but we're desperate for early game science. Alright, let's throw a Val on it this time, and let's send it out to the launch pad. Alright, we'll have to rinse and repeat this a few times around different areas in order to be able to get everything. It must have poured rain. Look at this. Let's get all of our new science here. And let's go have Val here go check out. It must have rained overnight during our time warp. Dude, this is ridiculous. Look at this. Val can see herself. Dude, Blackrock really blew this out of the water, didn't he? Literally. Naked Swabby, what's up, man? That always happens to everybody. Everybody has been there and done that. Got the t-shirt, the tattoo, and the handprint on the left ass cheek. But welcome to Kerbal Kind, buddy. If you need any assistance, though, let me know, and I can give you a hand. As I have a stupid amount of time playing this game. Even though I haven't played it in like 3 years, but I still have a stupid amount of time playing it. Right, but I mean, seriously, look at this. This is all, everything, this is all reflection. That is gnarly. Gotta throw in all the California buzzwords in there.
Radical, dude.
But man. Yep, the tears, the rage quits, all of the above. And Naked, and just when you start thinking that you're starting to get the hang of it, you're gonna forget to put parachutes on something. I remember the very first time I made it to the moon and back to Kerbin, I was like stoked. I literally stayed up all night. It was like 5 o'clock in the morning, right? When I'm doing reentry back at Kerbin. And during reentry back at Kerbin, after my first time actually successfully landing on the moon and coming back, no parachutes. JSpeed, yeah, it was long before they had their own chutes. This is back in KSP 1.01 days. I can even hear the thunder in the background. All right, back into the editor. Swap to the runway. Let's throw Bob Kermit on there. Naked Dude, I have an awesome screenshot actually that I took of our during a previous playthrough of Jeb's early days. Let me see if I can't find it here real quick. So many screenshots. This may have been a bad idea. It's not on that one. It's in... I'm pretty sure it's in this one. Pass it up and didn't realize it. I did. Oh, you know what? Vessel view. I gotta remember the name of the mod that does this. Oh yeah, here it is. I passed it up. Yep. So here's Jeb's early days. This is Jeb's early days of flying. So this is when Jeb was fresh out of flight school. All right, Bob, get us an EVA report. Oh, that's right, you can't because we've already done it right here. We need the other science stuff. But seriously, look at this. I can't get over how good this looks. I cannot believe this is KSB-1. Alright, let's recover that. Yeah, it looks so good the capsule just got excited. With the magnetometer probe, yes. Alright, that brings us up to 1.7 science. Alright, let's bring it back out. Next crew member, Bill. Bill hasn't done anything yet. Let's send him to the runway. I mean, a helipad over at our harbor. Oh, wow. With the clouds and everything in the sky like this, man, it makes flying an airplane so much more enjoyable and so much more immersive. All right, and I think we have one more area we can go hit real quick. We didn't do it last time because we didn't need to do it yet. We had the 5 science. All right, Jebediah this time. And let's go to the Harbor rover spawn. I don't know if it'll be a different biome or not. I don't think it will be. We'll find out. It is. Nice. All right, did that give us another 5 science? .3, we're at 4.8. I love hearing the thunder in the background. The thunder didn't like it though, switching scenes at the same time. That's what I want to double check. All of our Kerbals need a day off. Our Kerbals get a lot of days off with crew R&R. So that is all the science we can get for this day. All right, so let's go ahead and warp to the morning. And survivability is where I want to go next, but that requires 15 science. Right, because it gives us more science experiments. Alright, so we're going to have to launch something. Alright, so we're going to leverage this vessel. Magnetometer only works on the ground. Alright, give a parachute. Let's make that 800. Reset the orientation to the east slightly. Let's embed them so they look a little bit better. Alright, so we're going to need a decoupler. Only choice we have here is the flee. Really don't like launching Kerbals this early on, but... Alright, we're going to add fins to help add for stability. On the way up, and we need to adjust our thrust to weight because our thrust to weight's gonna is stupid. All right, we're gonna come down to a thrust to weight ratio of 1.3. All right, and we're gonna give this a very complex name called Rocket 1. All right, so who flies first? Val or Jeb? Empty shot? Well, this is just the early game in career mode, so you actually have to upgrade the facilities. But if you mean it from the outside, yes. DJ, you want to go ladies first? Napsmore I have. Yeah, stock tech tree, Napsmore, yes. All right, ladies first. Get that out of the way. All right, double check our action groups here for grabbing all the science. Yes, okay. Save that. All right, the idea here is to launch out over the ocean, to land in the water. All right. Here we go. Which one is it? Is it this one? Yes, it is. Here we go. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it. All right, let's grab our science. Oh, you're going the wrong way, Val. Go the other way. Go the other way. Alright, let's go ahead and separate. And activate the chute. Alright, by the way, I do want to get to recovery, or manual recovery, but I want to wait until we get far enough along in the tech tree. Because in the stock tech tree, we can't unlock the things that we need or the way we've normally done in the past. Somebody that's new here, the last time we played, we actually we did full manual recovery. So anytime a Kerbal landed in the water or anywhere not at the KSC, we had to go get them. Right? And if we wanted to recover their capsule, their science, we had to do all that too. Right? So we would actually have seaplanes and boats and crane mechanisms on the boats to be able to bring everything back. Oh, I forgot she can't aviate. We have to upgrade one of the we have to upgrade the barracks first. Alright, but she can't aviate here in the water. Alright, let's store that. Get back in. And we can get a little bit more science. Alright, and let's go ahead and recover. 16865. What's up, buddy? Yeah, it does, dude. But I can't take credit for it. It's Black Rack, like, is phenomenal with this. Hey, and she brought back 6.2 science. Right. All right. So she also, this is from a mod called Final Frontier, and this basically gives ribbons and achievements to your Kerbals for being the first to do something, and it also allows you to go back in and look and see what Kerbal has done, where they've been, all that stuff. It's basically kind of like their awards and their mission history. All right, so she got EVA and Kerbal's water ribbon, splashdown ribbon, first landing on Kerbin ribbon, speed record ribbon, altitude record ribbon, and exceptional contract ribbon. Right, as we got a contract complete. And you broke a bunch of records for some early funds. Yeah, so we have to upgrade that before we can, the astronaut complex, before we can EVA Kerbals. Alright! Alright. We have some part testing. For engines we do not have. Yeah, keep an eye on these, because the ones that are like above this altitude are extremely difficult in the early game. There's a temperature in flight below 18,400 meters near Germany's greatness. Problem is, we can't make airplanes yet. Right, and some of these sites might be like on the other side of the planet. So we'll have to hold off on that. Even that's not going to be... The other thing too, on some of these part testing, the parameters are because they're randomized, some of them are like utterly ridiculous. Like, I mean, I've seen one before where it's like, you know, test the radial mount parachute in a vacuum. What is it gonna do? Between 4,000 and 11,000 meters, I don't think we've gone to 4,000 meters yet. All right, so I'm gonna hold on taking those just yet. All right, we still have... This one is we need to go to the spaceplane hangar with a mystery goo. So there's still a lot more science around the KSC to get. We just have no real ability to get there without doing something really silly, right? Like build a double-sided capsule with high reaction wheels. You roll it over into its side and you literally just roll the capsules to the different biomes. All right, so we need 3 more science to unlock the barometer. But the idea here is to get to aviation sooner than later. Need 18 for stability, but I'm still thinking survivability because we want the barometer and the other parachutes. All right, so what we can do is launch out over land. All right, with the same vessel to get more science. All right, and for this one, we'll send Jeb. But this time, instead of going out of the water, we're going to go out over land. 16865. Yes, exactly that. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, send it. I don't want to go over sideways. I don't want to go over sideways too quickly, which we are. All right, Jeb, we're gonna have you separate here, buddy. Alright, we had to save Jeb. Otherwise, because Jeb was gonna dirt dart it. And we may not have gone far enough. Alright, 0.1 science, we'll take it. Blue Devil? Yeah, I know, right? Alright, remember, we're only getting 20, we're only doing 20% science. No EVA report from here, huh? What's up, Blue Devil? How you been? DJ, yes. And eventually we'll actually unlock one. We just haven't. We gotta get further up the tech tree first. Alright, that gave us 1.6, and Jeb got a landing on Kerbin ribbon. We need 15, right? Yeah, we need 15. We're at 13.6. We need 1.4 more science. Alright. So if you really want to be cheesy with the early game science, you can do this. Right, this will be the this is the cheesiest science vehicle you can come up with in the early game. And you literally use the reaction wheels in this thing to just roll it around. Yeah, this is what you refer to as
role play, baby.
Right, because you can't make a rover or anything yet, right? So you do this. You make a cheesy little thing like this and just roll it around. Right, in general, I'm trying to avoid doing something like this, but this is just to give you an example of something that you can do, because you can literally use, as I said, use the reaction wheels and to roll it around the KSC to grab a bunch of science. I want to avoid that if we can. Oh, and this is what I was referring to earlier about doing full manual recovery. We'll get there eventually. Find an example here. Right, so we'd literally do a boat or something, and you literally go out with cranes and everything, and you lift the capsules up out of the water and the Kerbals, and you bring them back. Like, manually bring them back. Right, it adds a fair amount of challenge to the game. Because especially when you're coming back from, like, say, Moon, how do you land close in the water and not on the other side of the planet when you're coming back from Moon? Right, so you have to time your landings. Right, you have to basically account for how many times Kerbin's going to rotate in, you know, in relation to the time it's going to take you to come back. So you kind of guesstimate. All right, now we need more science. Let's go to the track. I want to see something real fast. Because we are not, I'm not seeing the desert airfield. Yeah, it shouldn't be an issue. And we did let out other launch sites, right? Yes. All right, so why are we not able to go to the desert? Oh, because I didn't scroll down.
Insert dumbass right here.
All right, Bob, go to the desert and get us some science. You know what it is? I need to eat more tacos. All right, letting him get all that glorious science. Oh, my tacos are getting soggy. Is it bad that I want to make a really bad adolescent joke about that? All right, we got the science we needed for that. So we can unlock survivability. All right, taco. Now, when in doubt, taco. Oh, wow. The sub-satellite. Those are... We don't want to unlock everything. That's expensive. All right, we want that. Want that. Radiator. Don't really need yet. Parachutes we need. I'll go ahead and do a service bay. Now let's go ahead and unlock the radiator anyway. We're gonna hold these though. Those are really expensive. Hildebrand, thank you for that visual while I'm eating tacos, buddy. All right. Let's get some more science. Add that to the action group. God damn it, dude. Hildebrand, what are you on, man? What did you smoke today? Right. Yeah, seriously. Woke up and chose uncouth violence for sure. Alright, let's save that and let's pick our engineer for the last bit of science that we can get for today. As we're going to send him out the Woomerang and get some science from there. You never share food with the class, so I try my best to put some proverbial snot in your food. Oh my god, dude, you're killing me. Aye. Alright, let's get all that beautiful science. Now, if we had been doing had our science set at normal level, like 100%, we would already have like the first 3 rungs of the tech tree unlocked. I guess we would literally have 5 times as much science as we have now. Alright, I'd like to get the basic rocketry. We need 1 more science point. But that is going to have to wait to another day. So let's go ahead and work to sunrise. The reason we have to do this, and the reason we don't have any Kerbals available, is I'm using a mod called Crew R&R. You can fine tune it, but basically it forces time off between missions for Kerbals. Right, because like technically you can nearly unlock... Actually, yeah, you can lock at least half the tech tree on the first day if you have science set to normal, even without mods. All right, so we're gonna need to make an updated... Let's grab our Science Craft 1. Nope, our Rocket 1. All right, let's make this Rocket 1.1. As it's going to get a slight upgrade. with additional science. All right, courtesy of our press map barometer. All right, we're gonna put Jeb in here. Add that to our action group. I like adding all of the science experiments to an action group because it's one button press to get all of the science. And once we get further along, usually I'll separate. I'll put the reusable ones on one action group and the single-use ones on a separate action group. But for now, we're gonna roll like this. But I am going to increase our thrust to weight here slightly. We'll go up to 1.5 with Atmo, so we take off a little bit faster. And what we're going to do here is launch out over the water again, and we'll get some more science out of the water. All right, let's get our pre-flight checks in. And here we go. 10, 9, 8, hold. Oh, I forgot. We can get some science right here. It's blinking at me. Log pressure data. We had to get that all-important science data first. All right, so now the range is cleared hot. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, send it. Is double checking. Right, let's go ahead and get rid of that. All right, chute is armed and deployed. All right, any science to be had here? Yep, temperature scan. Oops. I did not want to keep the and a crew report. Temperature scan. Reset the goo. I think this is the furthest we've been from the KSC yet. And splashdown. Alright, let's see what other science we can get here. That's EVA. Mr. Jeb. Maki, what's up, buddy?
crazy.
Genesis, thank you so much, man, for that resub, buddy. I appreciate it.
I'm back, and I'm absolute bananas.
There, fixed it for you. What's up, Genesis? How you been, buddy? And thank you again for that sub, man. I appreciate it. All right, we brought back 6 science. All right, Jeb got a Research 1 ribbon, EVA and Kerbal Waters ribbon, a Splashdown ribbon, a Distance Record ribbon. He actually flew greater than 10 kilometers. And a Speed Record ribbon. He went over 100 meters a second. All right, and we got a world first mile. We broke land distance records at 10 kilometers, so we got money for that. All right, so now we can go here and we can unlock basic rocketry for 5 science points. And we can purchase these parts for 25 grand. $45 is hot, man. It's gonna be a to get the airplanes. Airplanes allows us to get will allow us to get a lot more science. All right, let's go to mission control. Yeah, we still have these other ones to get around the KSC. We need a mystery goo, but we'd have to build our weird little rover thingy because we don't have any other way to get around. Don't want to do that just yet. All right, 66 grand, 1 science. We have the capability of going suborbital at this point. Atmospheric survey, we need an airplane first. All right, let's go for reach for the stars. All right, the chainsaw man. Interesting. Well, you must be a good uncle then. Dear Jonas, yes, brand new. What's up, dear Jonas? How you been, buddy? Yeah, had it good. Yeah, hey, that's the way an uncle should be. All right, so we're gonna leverage our design. Want those as far down as we can get them. All right, this is gonna be rocket 2. It's gonna allow us to clean up the design a little bit. And we're gonna be able to add a set of drogue chutes. Go at 0.3 for now, minimum pressure. I doubt we'll need a heat shield on this one, but it's going to help keep our center of mass low, because our center of mass is pretty high. This is going to kind of tumble through the air. In reality, you really want this way down here. Oops. And I'll just pull it down a little bit. DJ, we still would need to upgrade. Cobalt, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I know it's not a Mercury capsule. I know. If everybody does not know Mr. Cobalt, he is the principal guy, well, him and his team behind all kinds of rocketry goodness. Well, thanks for popping in, Cobalt. I appreciate it, man. DJ, 150 grand. Centurion, yeah, won't deploy until that pressure is reached. Correct. But yeah, Cobalt is the guy, the principal guy behind Blue Dog Design Bureau, right? Which is where these other screenshots were from that we were looking at earlier. Right, so if you want your old school rockets, right, and all the other early game good stuff, I cannot recommend Cobalt. Well, not the airplane stuff, but the rocket stuff, especially the early rocket stuff, like Vanguard. Actually, this isn't Vanguard. This is an early Delta Gina, but yeah, he is the man for all of this. And so many parts, so many rocket parts. Not the grounded van. That van is from a mod called Grounded, which gives you the ability to make a whole bunch of unique little ground vehicles. But yeah, the launch pad here is Alpha Mince's launch pads. But the rocket here, the Titan, the Jiminy Titan, and that is all Mr. Cobalt Wolf and his team. DJ, yeah, we won't be able to. We only got 81 grand. That'll be a minute before we can upgrade that, and there's something new. There's other upgrades we would need to do first. Alright, let's save that. And reduce our thrust down. Come down to about 1.5 in ammo. All right, and this should get us over into high altitude, which is over 18 kilometers. All right, so Valentina is gonna get high. Not only is she gonna get high, she's gonna get paid to get high. The dream, right? Yeah, DJ, I just made you order tacos and a burrito. That's right. It's usually chat that's talking about food and makes me really, really hungry and need to go eat something. All right, so the goal here is to launch slightly out over the water to the east, something soft to land on, and break 18 kilometers altitude and get some high altitude science. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, send it. We won't be going to space just yet, Maki. We're just trying to get high altitude. Oh, Mach 1. Valentina is the first Kerbal to go supersonic. And there we go. We reached high altitude. Let's get some science. All right, mystery go. Crew report. All right, atmospheric pressure scan. Temperature scan. Second mystery go. And Val just enjoying the view here. Well, maybe. She can't really see anything, can she? Other than the blackness of space. Alright, let's go ahead and release. Now, if this was a re-entry vehicle, I would really need the center of mass to be much, much lower. Because with blunt body aerodynamics, you need the center of drag to be behind the center of lift. I mean, the center of mass. And it will automatically rotate over retrograde and will hold retrograde. But it's not going to because our center of lift is too high. All right, and we're going to start going too fast here. So I am going to deploy one chute. Early. By the way, deploying chutes supersonic is a bad idea. But if I did not do this, we would have dirt darted into the water, and it would be a good night, Val. Oh, I should probably do the other shoots now. Always good to do those. That's why I like setting the pressures and the altitudes and everything for them. As that way you can arm them even while you're doing reentry and not have to worry about it later on if you're trying to eat, you know, tacos. It'd be nice if these had collision on them so they don't overlap, but I do believe there's an issue with the game engine if when somebody tried to do that. It doesn't go well. You know, in real life, you can actually walk across people's parachutes. All right, and Val has successfully splashed down. I don't think there's any more science for her to be able to get here, but we'll just double check. All right, let's recover. All right, she brought back 6.7 science. All right, and she got a research 1 ribbon for getting 10 or more science points. That's cumulative, by the way. All right, distance record ribbon, as she's went way further than 10 kilometers. All right, and 10% solid fuel ribbon, allowing for launching with a solid fuel booster at 10% of ship mass. All right, we need 6.3 more science because we need to unlock stability because we need to go to aviation. Even though basic science is also a big possibility. I think basic science might have to actually go first. Yeah, we broke an altitude record of 22 kilometers. All right, so we've already done 2 launches today, so we're going to go ahead and warp to the next morning. All right, so we have most of the high altitude science. We could probably get a little bit more, but it really wouldn't be worthwhile. Okay, but we are going to go to space, but to do that, we're gonna have to lose their little thing here. I gotta go back to the external mounted science stuff. And the reason being is I need the center of mass below the center of drag. But we're gonna embed some of these experiments just a little bit better. All right, and we're gonna have to go to liquid fueled rockets. And if you notice, our variants are getting a little bit more, if you know, our rocket engines and capsules are are quite a bit more expensive. Right, and if you're wondering why, it's because of the Rocketology mod that was written for me by Jada Mar and Onkalupe to further encourage recovery of everything possible. Capsules, anything with a crew on board, cost 10 times as much, right? And engines, I think, are 5 times as much. Right, it's to encourage recovery. Yeah, that's more than enough. Dyslexic, what's up, buddy? Yeah, by the way, this series will be posted up to YouTube as well. Right, so if you would need to hit the YouTube channel, there it is. Right, now the issue we may have here is I have no way of being able to... We haven't unlocked struts yet, or the clamps yet. That may be problematic. All right, and this is gonna be, we're gonna call this Rocket 3. Let's go ahead and save this. Where are those anyway on the tech tree? Thanks, dyslexic. And by the way, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Right, it's a lot easier for me to demonstrate some things as long as we have it unlocked in stock scale. Primarily, before, if anybody remembers, I played 1/4 real scale for a really, really long time, which I still really like, and I really think it should be the default scale of KSP, but it's a little bit harder to demonstrate some things for somebody playing stock scale, like getting to orbit, because getting to orbit's a little bit different, because the planet's so much bigger. It changes your curve quite a bit. Air stability, general rocketry. Did we not get those until general construction? Jeez, we get those that high up? Oof. And I was debating about installing Alpha Mince's launch pads, and I didn't do it because I was trying to limit part mods, but... Man... I may have to put these on just to stabilize the vehicle enough to be able to launch it. Basically, they're for what they're only there for the rocket to have something to sit on. All right, let's save it. Okay, first Kerbal in space. Val or Jeb? Val got the first launch. Right, but who do you guys want to be first in space? Who do you think should be first in space, Jeb or Val? Centurion, Val? Val it is. Val is going to space, baby. All right, Val is launching to be the first Kerbal to go to space. Let's do it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it. Don't rockabye too much. All right, we're gonna throttle down here because we're accelerating way too quickly. And I do need the rocket to come over at least enough for her to not come straight back down through the atmosphere, because that would be bad, bad, bad. We're not gonna make it. So close. It needs one more fuel tank. All right. Any science to be had? 0.1 from a goo. Well, this will be a good re-entry test without actually having to go through re-entry. Look at those cloud plumes, dude. Look at this, dude. That is absolutely ridiculous. What I did here is change the field of view, and you can do that by holding down the left Alt key and using the scroll wheel, so you can go all the way out, right, to where it looks really, really silly, or all the way in, right, and it makes Kerbin look much more larger, right, and all it takes is double click the middle mouse button and it resets. Also, to turn off the UI is F2. In-game screenshot is F1, so you can get F2, F1 for a screenshot, and it goes in the screenshots folder inside the game. All right, and let's go ahead and separate at this time. Now, as we start to accelerate down, this should automatically orientate itself to retrograde without any input from me. And let's go ahead and arm the chutes. Rocket looks like a suppository. Most rockets do. Either that or they're, you know, ribbed for her pleasure type of thing. Santa, you mean the storms? No. Like the cloud stuff? No. And this is blunt body aerodynamics at work. There's been no input from me. As long as the center of mass is below the center of drag, which you can't see in the stock games, you just kind of have to use experience to figure out where it's at. Right, no SAS, no input, just physics. Big old sonic boom coming back. Well, speaking of sonic booms, did you guys see the X-59 took its first flight yesterday? That is the low sonic observable vehicle that NASA is working with. Lockheed Martin built it for them, but it's basically to minimize, you know, figure out by using the shape of the aircraft to minimize sonic booms. It hasn't gone supersonic yet. It was just its first test flight. But it has actually started taking flight because it'll allow, if the testing goes well, it will open up the window for commercial supersonic space flight over land, which is what killed the Concorde. Right, the Concorde couldn't carry enough fuel to fly over the Pacific, so it's stuck only flying between basically the east coast of the U.S. and west coast of Europe, and that's it. Well, Scientic, it's the same guy, right? The guy that made this mod is the same guy that's working on that stuff for KSA, so we'll see. Right, but I mean, it's going to be something with Kerbal. You have to remember, it's still limited to what you can do in the game engine. Right, KSA has its own unique setup, so we'll have to wait and see. And splashdown. All right, let's see if there's any more science to be had here. Yep, there's a little bit from a mystery goo. Anything from an EVA report? Nope. Val's gonna go for a little swim. Just double checking. Alright, and let's recover. By the way, we're not getting very much money recovering these because we're so far away from the KSC. Hence, doing recovery missions. Scientic, dude! Scientic, you the man, my friend. Thank you.
Share of pizza, whichever comes first.
The chair needs to come first. Uh-oh, did that break? Uh-oh. Scientic, I think you broke it. Oh, there it goes, there it goes. There it goes, now it's working. Scientific? No, well, I would like to get the chair before pizza, but I don't think see that happening. Chairs are expensive, dude. Like, especially because of all the tariff bullshit, but yeah, that opens up a can of worms that I don't want to go into, but yes. Chair first, but it will likely, obviously, be pizza. But I appreciate it, Scientific. I appreciate it. Okay, so we brought back 0.3 science. So we're up to 13 science. We need 2 more science points. All right, and Val got a first Kerbin surface EVA ribbon, a G-Force 3 ribbon, and a Mach 1 ribbon. And we got some world first milestones. We broke a land speed or a speed record of 790 meters per second, and we broke a land distance record of 32 kilometers and 100 kilometers. All right, so we're gonna warp a day, and then we're gonna give that rocket one more. We're gonna go ahead and give it 2 more fuel tanks. Why not just make sure that we go full send? All right, it's Jeb's turn. I know we wanted Val to be the first in space, but the rocket didn't quite make it there. All right, part of the reason for this, that I'm doing it this way, is I got so used to playing 1/4 rail scale and overbuilding all the rockets, right? By stock standards, because at 1/4 rail scale, you need roughly what the amount of energy it takes to, or delta V it takes to get into orbit. And it's the same amount of delta V in the stock game that it takes to get to the moon and back. Right, so I got used to building, much more, much larger rockets because you need that much more energy. Ariana, what's going on, man? And chair made a pizza. I don't know if I would want to sit in that. And I certainly would not want to eat it after sitting in it. Is Val gonna complain about the size? Nah, she'll get the ride in something bigger. All right. Let's send it. All right, I'm gonna take off at 2/3 throttle this time instead of full send. All right, Jeb. Your green buttocks is going into space, my friend. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit it. I gotta turn the sound effects back up. Let's do that. We need the we turn this way down because of the jet sounds are too loud. I need pressure. I forgot that, and I need to add pressure reading for max Q call out. All right, but we've already passed it most likely, and we are now supersonic. These clouds, dude, are just mind-blowing. Oh, not so violent. I just want to get a little bit further over. And Jeb is certainly going to space. Alright, so we're going to maintain the rocket booster until we actually get into space before we separate. Or at least we're high enough up where it doesn't really matter, like right about now, it doesn't really matter anymore. So, stage separation in 3, 2, 1. And we have space. Let's get some science. And here's what, oh, by the way, if you did not know, any window in the game, when you're in IVA view, which you can get to by pressing the C button, if you double click the window, it'll zoom in, basically, or lock you into the window, right? And you just press C to come back out one level, right? But it gives you, it basically full screens whatever window you're looking out of. Scientific, yes, I agree with that. I've been looking as well for something like that. Just to get all the data, yes, we'll have to recover it, yes. But Jeb here, enjoying the view. As he reaches apoapsis and he's starting to come back down. Now we're 140 kilometers downrange. All right, passing 100 and coming up on 160 kilometers downrange, and we have re-entered the atmosphere. And Jeb is just in free fall. He's also going to be pulling some G's here on this re-entry. And again, no input from me. And if you notice, our vessel is reorientating itself to retrograde. The air is still pretty thin, so it's going to rock a little bit, but as the air gets thicker, it'll stabilize. Jeb is now almost 215 kilometers downrange. All right, and we are now subsonic. Look at that cloud, dude. That is ridiculous. Yeah, we're over 220 kilometers downrange. Yeah, the only problem with trying to get something like that here is all that stuff is happening in LA, and that's quite the drive. That's a pain in the ass. Like a royal pain in the ass. All right, our first trip to space has been successful. I'm gonna release one of those. Probably release the other one too, but too late now. We're down. All right, and Jeb has a successful splashdown. All right, and we land at 221.5 kilometers out. Speaking of, before I need to adjust, I need to be able to see this better. Can I adjust this positioning? Need to adjust its position. It's kind of in the way. How do I move this? Reset. There it goes. Okay. I just needed to hit reset position. That works. Yeah, this is part of his updated scatterer. It's pretty... just everything about it is just ridiculous. All right, let's go ahead and recover that and see how much science Mr. Jebediah Kerman brought back for us with his first suborbital flight. All right, he brought back 9.1 science, which puts us up to 24 science. All right, and Jeb got a G-Force 4 ribbon, an exceptional contract ribbon, first Kerbal in space ribbon, altitude record ribbon, and the Mach 1 ribbon. And we'll make sure that Valentina ends up being the first Kerbal in orbit. All right, so we got a world first milestone, breaking an altitude record of 70 kilometers and reaching space. All right, and huzzah, there's no such thing as a final frontier. All right, and that gave us a bonus 1 science and 66 grand. All right, so let's go ahead and warp to the morning. Just post rain clouds. You see all the little rainy spots all over the ground here. All right, let's go into R&D and see where we're at here. Really like to get the basic science, but that's a lot of science. because it would allow us to get to the other ones much easier. Because in reality, to really get to orbit, really, technically, you really want to be up here with advanced rocketry. But we're going to need general construction because we're going to need launch pads. We need to be able to build airplanes to start making more money. And of course, you know, basic science is going to get us more science. And we're at 24. The larger issue is that we just simply can't build anything to get around the KSC. That's one of the reasons I like that grounded mod so much, where you can build these little vehicles and you unlock that right from the very, you know, from the very start of a tech tree. You have all that little stuff already unlocked. And then as you unlock additional science experiments, you can put it on there, but it gives you ground vehicles to drive around, because it doesn't make sense to me that Kerbals can make rockets, but they can't make a ground vehicle. Like quite literally, you can't make ground vehicles until at least you unlock aviation in order to be able to get the fixed landing gear. This is the soonest you can make a vehicle. Right? And if you actually want to make an actual quote-unquote rover, and you don't get that until way out here. What the hell is it? Yeah, I kind of wish there was a better sounding rockets mod than USI sounding rockets, but yes, I know what you mean. But yeah, grounded makes it so you don't have to do a cheesy vehicle to roll around the KSC. All right, but guys, give me just a moment. I gotta go punch the bladder reset button, right, and stretch my legs. I've been sitting here for almost 2.5, well, actually over 2.5 hours doing all the pre-stream stuff. So give me a few minutes, take a quick break, and I'll be right back. back. Thank you for your patience. Okay. We need some science, man. Science. And we need to be able to get around the KSC to be able to do it, but as I said, there's no real easy way to get around the KSC early game without being super duper cheesy. Even our early rover wheels. Now the first rover wheels you get are here with the Rove Max, but it can be kind of hard to put Kerbals on that. Part 2 lander can you can turn into kind of a rover, or at least a body, but it's way out here. All right. I was trying not to do more part mods, but I'm really thinking about adding grounded. What do you guys think? Do we add grounded or not? All right, and if you're unfamiliar, this is grounded. Centurion says add it. Yeah, Maryland, there is no putting a repeller on anything. We don't even have wheels of any type. Alright, so grounded adds these parts for these little ground vehicles. They're really only usable for around like the KSC. They need flat terrain. They're not very big. They're tiny. Right? But it gives the ability to be able to make little ground service vehicles for operation around the KSC. Yep. DeGoatBot, what's up, buddy? Yeah, it's a cool little mod, and all of these are individual parts, so you actually have to put them together. They're not pre-made, right? And there's a whole crap ton of them. It's by the same mod author that did Airplane Plus. Maryland, of course we will, but we're not there yet. We'd have to go further up the tech tree to even get the, we need to get to here to even get the airplanes. Right, but I need to unlock basic science first, and we need to be able to get the science from around the KSC. And there's no to be able to unlock to get to this to unlock more science to be able to unlock airplanes. You see what I mean? And in fact, we won't even be able to make even simple rovers, right? Until at least airplanes using airplane wheels, but actual rover wheels you don't get until way up here. Right, space exploration. This is where you get the Rove Max model, Rove Max wheels, which are the tiny ones for little unmanned rovers. Is way up here. Grounded is great for the little like early stuff, right? And for making little like service vehicles for airplanes and whatnot. Right, it's pretty cool. It kind of goes along with it. I say we do it. I say we do grounded. Mirrorless, yeah, we talked about that before, because it's just so cheesy, dude. Doing the little double-sided capsule and roll it around the KSC for all the science. It's just so flippin' cheesy. To go bot, we haven't gotten far enough in the tech tree to unlock any of that yet. But all that stuff also works with grounded. All right, grounded is in. And once again, anytime you add, update, or remove a mod, go into your game data folder and ditch the Modular Manager.config cache. Nuke it. Right, and it forces the game to rebuild it from scratch instead of editing itself. Because over time, with multiple edits, errors will start to happen. Or can happen. I shouldn't say they will, but most likely will. And they're nearly impossible to figure out what they're coming from. And it's just easier to avoid them altogether by just nuking that anytime you add, update, or change a mod. Marilith, as far as a mod, I don't know. But you can make catapults and trebuchets. And they work. GoBot is KEI. Is that the one that just grabs all the science around the KSC automatically at once for you? And says, here you go. And if you start with giving yourself science at the start of a career, all the science is still available to you. Right, it's basically free science points from outside the game, more or less. I don't mind doing the grounded thing, and we still have to actually pay for it, pay for the parts. So we gotta just, we'll have to be mindful of that. And I do have Airplane Plus installed from Simon Author, yada 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 yada. I named this thing default. I didn't change the name. I'll have to change the name of that. Pandorian, what's going on? Yes, yes, yes. Everybody convinced me to come back and do some Kerbal. Sinful Griff, what's going on? How you doing? Maryland, I've made several P-51 like, but I've never really tried to make any real life airplanes in Kerbal. I prefer to make my own. You'll end up with a lot of similarities regardless of what you do at some point, because the physics are still the physics, right? Type of thing. Sinful, is it like using the Rove Max wheels and the Rove Mate? Body, you know, the rover body. If it is, there's actually a really easy way to do it. And you'll actually probably hate yourself when I tell you. But so is it a large rover, or is it just like the little Rove Mate with the little the rover, the small tiny rover wheels? Because if it is, it will fit in a service bay. It'll fit in a 2.5 meter service bay. All right, and the attachment node that's at the top of the rove mate, you just put a decoupler on it. You may even just want to space it down a little bit, right? So it's still attached to the vehicle, and you just decouple it in there, and you literally just open the doors and just drive it out. But you can have landing legs or engines, whatever you need to, on there. You know, attached to the service module. Just make sure there's room for the doors, and you just drive right out. Have you are you? I'm assuming, where are you landing it at? Like what body? Because some things that work on Kerbin and then they won't work on the moon because the moon has a lot less gravity, and rovers on Minmus don't even bother. It doesn't have enough gravity to make them useful. Should work fine on Kerbin. You should just be able to drive it right out. Oh, tech tree first. It's easier because I can unlock all the parts at once. Yep, 23 grand to unlock all those. That'll work. All right, I'll take that support leg. I don't want to unlock these yet. That's a lot of money. And that's what, yeah, you can do it that way too. I've done it before. I've done it like that before too. We made a big cargo plane and, you know, and just parachute the vehicles out the back. I don't think I want that one. Let's go with that one, and is it outsized? Which one of these do I need here? There we go. I always forget how these go together. Here we go. I don't know why they're having a weird thing with the tweak scale, making them minimum sized. Or a maximum sized, one or the other. Jeez, we're already at 17 parts. And a very limited electrical charge since we don't have batteries yet. All right. Hold on, we need to action group this. Alright, it's called a Science Truck 1. Because we're very inventive with our naming scheme. Yeah, Centurion, yeah, I know, it's a pain in the butt because there's like 15 different tweak scale ones. If you get the one, if you use the one that gives you the big warning, get rid of it and stay away from it as far as you possibly can. It's gonna be a SnowRunner playthrough or a trucking sim? Yes. in addition to everything else. Centurion both, because they're in symmetry. But you can, I can disconnect them from symmetry and set them to different action groups if I want to. I set them to both, usually because you're going to get more than one goo experiment at a time. But the other thing that you can do too is just reset one of them. When you activate the action group, if you only want one goo, just reset the other one. Right? Use the reset button when it pops up. Alright, and for this, we want our scientist on board, because he can actually reset that experiment. What's our part limit anyway? 25? $30. Okay. I could put lights and everything else on it. I'm not going to worry about it too much just yet. How come we started with why didn't we have full electric charge? Alright, I need our contract. Alright, so this other we need to go to emission control, R&D, and the spaceplane hangar. You tell it rained last night? Oh, yep, I don't want four-wheel steering. Hey, come on, stop. I want this thing stop. There it goes. Woo! Alright, magnetometer, crew report, atmospheric pressure scan, temperature scan, mystery goo, and we'll grab both. Alright, now I need Mr. Bob to EVA. Give me an EVA report. Alright, take that data. Take that data. Take that data. Take that data. Alright, collect that data. And then restore it. Alright, store it. Alright, I'm leaving the other one because I can't duplicate the data. I'll duplicate it. So until I recover it, I need to leave that one there. Okay, so now we need to drive over here to mission control. Wait, are we out of battery? We are. We're out of electric charge. Well, that sucks. Let's recover. I can't take soil samples yet. Yeah, the surface samples, can't take yet. Alright, so it earned us 3 science. First rover drive ribbon for Bob and landing on Kerbin ribbon. Yeah, so we need, I think it's this upgrade. Why are these upgrades so expensive, by the way? I just realized. Why is this 900 grand? What setting is the price of that sets the price of these? Is it the funds penalties? Is that what it is? Yes, it is. Okay. It was doubling the price. Okay, it was doubling the upgrade prices. All right, so we're going to come back down on that because, damn, it'll take forever to be able to upgrade anything. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and do the first upgrade here for mission control, 75 grand. As it allows us to be able to get 5 missions at once. Right, orbit Kerbin, we already know that. Part testing. Can't really, none of these are on the ground. Oh wait, test the Pug liquid fuel engine landed at Kerbin. That we can take. And these surveys, we need airplanes to be able to do it. And then these tourists, they want to fly around. Suborbit, we can't do them yet. Yeah, the rare science results from Kerbin's mountains. Some of these we can get if I want to grab that. So even this, we need an airplane. We gotta be able to we need to be able to land out in the world, like precisely. All right, so resetting the experiments isn't doesn't matter. We need battery. All right, turn the steering off. All right, I'm gonna disable the motors on the front. All right, gotta have all the little cutesy stuff on board. Oh, that's what I forgot to add. That is a fuel cell. Which shrunk itself. Alright, and we'll use custom 1 to toggle the fuel cell. That's the other fuel cell type. Okay. Alright, so it uses liquid fuel and air. Why does it need oxidizer? I don't want oxidizer. Just liquid fuel. Alright, then let's just use a... because I don't want to use this. Alright, liquid fuel, get rid of the oxidizer. It's only 4 liquid fuel, so it's not a lot. Alright, save it. We're at 27 parts. There we go. Science truck 1. Alright, so now we have a little bit of more of what we can, you know, better usage. We actually have a fuel tank and a fuel cell, or an engine, whatever you want to call it. Alright, Bill the engineer has not done jack. So let's get Bill to go get us some science. Alucard, yeah, it does kind of remind me of that too, like those little, like Asian, little work trucks. Oh, we get log pressure data over here. And this one actually had full electric charge. That's a good thing. Alright, so we need to drive over to R&D, and we still got to hit mission control. These even have like little cute IVAs. And this, whatever reason, this thing feels like it's like sliding around. What is it? Burn some electrical though. Oh, something happened when it loaded in. That's why it's turning. Look, its chassis all twisted. I like the windsock, even though it's like pointing completely sideways. Alright, hit the brakes. Alright, while we sliding, traction control, go to... yeah, max it out, screw it. Alright, gotta take that data. Yeah, we're doing that weird sliding thing that Kerbal likes to do. Alright, let's recover. And we'll have to drive over one more time over to the R&D building. Sinful? Yeah, I know. I know. Alright, they gave us 3.3 science, and Bill got a landing on curb ribbon and a curb and rover drive ribbon. Alright, Alright, so the goal is to, hopefully, we need 15 more science. I don't know how we're going to get 15 more science just yet, but we need 15 more science. Alright, Jeb's turn to go drive. Because for this contract, we have one more space. Well, we need to go over to R&D, but I'm likely going to hit up the other buildings too. See, Grounded is a cool little mod, right? Jeb's got to be Jeb. All right, I'm going to get some science here. Alright, magnetometer, crew report, atmospheric pressure scan, temperature scan, one mystery goo, reset the other. Alright, Jeb's gonna give us an EVA report. And then he's gotta take this data. And store it. Get his butt back on board. Alright, I'm gonna have to recharge our battery here real quick. This thing goes to electric charge like crazy. All right. It uses electrical charge to accelerate, decelerate, and turn. Use the brake to decelerate and not the motor. All right, let's collect all this. And recover. We're gonna have to see if we can't put some more goos on this thing. I think we have some part count left. We need to add more goo. More goo is more better. All right, we brought back 5.8 science. That's pretty good. All right, and Jeb got his first rover drive ribbon. All right, the sound effect's going off, but the visual alert is not. What's up with that?
Same thing we do every night, Pinky.
All right, I heard the alert, but I don't know who that came from. Chief, there you are, buddy. Thank you, sir. It just took a minute to come through. Chief, dude, thank you so much, man. Wait, Chief, didn't you already do a donation there, buddy? But Chief, dude, thank you, man. I appreciate it, dude. But I'm pretty sure you donated last week, didn't you? I'm on game. Yeah, there's desktop, there's game. It should show. Even on desktop, it's set to show. I think it's just acting up. It's because other stuff has been acting up today too. Well, I appreciate it, Chief. Thank you so much, man. All right, so now between these donations and the bits that MGB gave, I'm $200 in towards a new chair. Need a lot more than that though. So that was just for the October. You know, we're trying to get to the October thing. Like, I cannot believe how much chairs cost now, man. Tariffs are almost never a good thing. Anyway, I digress. Let's get back to the game. Okay, so. But Chief, once again, man, thank you so much. Guys, can I get some love in chat there for Mr. Chief in that donation? Okay, now we need more science. All right, so we got the R&D, we got the astronaut complex. We need to go get the admin building, the vehicle assembly building, the tracking station. That's right, we need to add goo. We need more goo. And then get me away from the ball. I'm not actually sitting on the ball today, but I am still sitting in this other broken ass chair. You just can't see it because it's dark. It doesn't show up on camera very well. All right, we have a 3 part count limit. All right, so we can go with 5 goos. Pet Delta V for you? Well, she's taking a nap with my sister right now, I believe. It's usually, you know, their nap time. But I will, yes. Alright, so that takes us up to 30 parts. So now we can do more biomes, basically. Alright, Val. Your turn to drive. It sounds mildly obscene. Okay, so now we need to... We need to drive over the admin building over here. Wait, isn't this area over here a different biome? Oh, it is still a space, but oh, not until we upgrade. Yeah, by the way, there's different biomes depending on what level the buildings are at too. If you're not aware. The fuel tank area over there becomes a different biome when you upgrade these buildings. Upgrade the spaceplane hangar. Apollo, what's up, buddy? What mod is which? I'm gonna use some fuel to recharge or reload our electric charge. Oh, the truck, this is from Grounded. The mod is called Grounded. It gives you a whole bunch of parts to make a whole bunch of little rovers that are great for working around the KSC. All right, magnetometer, crew report, atmospheric pressure, temperature, 1 mystery goo. Reset, 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 reset. All right, let's rein in our excitement. Get our EVA report. And take that data. Take that data. Take that data. Take that data and then store. All right, let's drive over to the VAB. Oh, that's right. The flag's also a biome. Or it used to be. And it's registering as part of the astronaut complex now. I know at some point they changed some of the biomes. Lurk from work, what's up, MGB? All right. Let's get these going. All right, magnetometer. Crew report. Atmospheric pressure scan, temperature scan, 1 mystery goo, and reset the rest. Rein in our excitement. EVA. An EVA report. Take that data. Take that data. Take that data and reboard. All right, now we need to drive over there. Alright, magnetometer, crew report, atmospheric pressure scan, temperature scan, mystery goo. Let's go ahead and grab the rest of the mystery goos, because it'll be recovering after this one. EVA. Give me an EVA report. Alright, board. And recovered. NGB, not too bad, not too bad. All right, 8.8 science has been earned. We're at 44.9. We need 45. We literally need 0.1 science more. All right, we don't have any more Kerbals left, so let's go to the morning. Well, it's obviously modded. But it's not the maximum modded. It's the stock scale minimum modded, but I still needed to go back and add grounded. Otherwise, I feel stupid rolling around a capsule around the KSC trying to get damn science. Right, you know, it's like the stock Kerbal or the stock tech tree where Kerbals have invented rocket science before inventing the wheel. right, I'm gonna take and throw Bob on here. Let's take it out one more time. All right, so we went back and installed grounded to be able to make a little vehicle to be able to drive around the KSC and get some science. Yeah, problem is we're running at 20% science, so normally we'd be much further into the tech tree. But dude, look at this. Is that not ridiculous? I mean, that is just ridiculous. Rockets have no wheels just like me? That's true. I think we can hit up the crawler wave for a little more science and get our 0.1 science. All right, and we completed that contract. Bob almost losing control there. Mataro, what's up, buddy? Mataro, dude, seriously, right? Yeah, this is, you can thank BlackRock. But yeah, how ridiculous is this? Yeah, BlackRock and Lynx. BlackRock for the sky and like the water and everything on the ground. And then obviously Lynx for the, you know, the parallax. But yeah, wait till you see the, like in an actual storm. It is bonkers. And just flying around, you just want to go fly. Sinful, you can literally make as much science as you can possibly want out of it. You just have to put in data. So even science that you've already gathered, you can still gather data, you grab it again for data. Even like, for example, you go to the moon and you come back with all that science. You can spend all that science directly, but you can also go get it a second, or get a second set, take a second set at the same time, right? Keep them separated. And the second set you can turn into data to put into a science lab. Now, the thing about the science lab is the further away from Kerbin, the better it works. Right? So you would want to put it in orbit of Kerbin, at the very least. It will work on the surface, it just doesn't work very well. Right? And Kerbin science is not worth very much data. Right? But but if you put one in like the orbit of moon and you keep having a lander come up and fill that thing up with data, dude, it will, and with scientists, and the more experienced your scientists are, the more science they generate. You can make, all you have to do is time warp a couple of days and you will have thousands of science. Yeah, Mataro, what's going on, man? How you been, dude? But yeah, anyway, since your audio died, what I was saying is, yeah, BlackRock and Lynx have done like something spectacular, dude, with all of this. All right, let's grab our science. Let's EVA Mr. Bob and get an AVA report, which we already have from here, so it gets us nothing. That's all right. But we can go ahead and recover this vehicle. Yeah, simple. A lot of people always mistook that if you turned into science directly, you wouldn't be able to get data for the science lab, and you'd have to choose one or the other, and you don't. It's both. Right? Like, once you can get to the science lab, your issues with science go away. Right, you just got to keep scientists on board to process the data and keep it topped up with data. All right, we got our 45 science. We got the 47 and a half. So now we can research this because that now gives us the science junior. And a couple of different orbital telescopes, booster cam. I don't want to unlock everything just yet. The Stay Putnik we want. All right, batteries, yes. Experiment return unit. I forgot about that thing. Yes, we'll take that. It doesn't cost us anything. $58 grand for the rest of this. There's some antennas in here. Universal storage stuff we can't really use just yet. As we'd have to go back and pay for, where is it? Pay for these, which is that's 80 grand, 81,000 before we could use that, because this is what those other pieces attached to this, and we don't have that kind of money just yet. Sinful, you can no, you gotta actually deliver it, like physically deliver it. So it can make it somewhat of an issue to use, but once you start using it, trust me, you're printing out so much science. Oh, there's I forgot. Yeah, there's a science transmit mod. I forgot about that. All right, we're gonna modify our truck. All right, let's get rid of that part. Oh, it's bigger than that? Really? All right, let's rethink about this for a moment. Why is that odd-sized? I don't remember it being odd-sized. Right, but we can redo a couple of things here. We're literally gonna have junk in our trunk. Yeah, it works for the most part. All right, let's go see if there's any more gather science contracts from around here. Goop in the boot. Yep, there you go. There you go. Goop in the boot. Literally. By the way, just out of curiosity, is there anybody that has issues with installing mods or doesn't quite know what to do with that? Because I've been thinking, finally again, but this time for real, making some tutorial videos like on how to prep KSP for mods, you know, how to do a clean install, actually how to install the mods, how to use CCAN, right, how to install them manually. Is there anybody who'd be interested in a tutorial video of that at this point? And I will definitely be doing tutorials about my process for airplanes, but realize though that I've already been thinking about it, that you're probably going to be 3 or 4 videos in before you actually start making your first airplane, because there's a lot of information to go over, right? Like what's an aileron, what's an elevator, what's an elevon, right? What's a spoileron, right? What's a rudder? What's a vertical stabilizer? What's a horizontal stabilizer? What's the fuselage? You know, the actual parts of an airplane. Right, and then of course video number 2 would be covering all the angles, which is, you know, what's angle of attack, what's angle of incidence, right? You know, all the other more technical aspects of understanding how to about an airplane, and you need to know all that before you actually can start building one. All right. Oh, contracts. Elevon. Not elevator, elevon. An elevon is basically a combination of a aileron and an elevator. All right, it's an elevator on the horizontal stabilizers, right, or pitch. Well, on some aircraft, they also use them. They don't move as much, but they also move to, you know, for help, for roll assistance, and they're called elevons because it does both functions. Yeah, we have another one. Perform more experiments around the KSC. More mystery goo. We already have mystery goo, but collect. We can do that so we can get more money. All right, biome from the Kerbins deserts. That we can do. Northern ice shelf, ice caps. Rare science results from Kerbins mountains. All right, climate study of Kerbin. And the surveys, tourism. Actually, I think our first orbit will probably be a probe now that we've unlocked the other thing, but we need more science first. Nat Smart, yeah, but a lot of people don't. Alright, so a quick side tangent. Let me show you what I mean. I gotta get out of here where we actually have airplanes. can't believe I forgot to rename that save. It just says default. I actually have our trainer jet sitting out there, but I'm going to just show you in the hangar here what I mean. Right, so this is basically like your first jet that you would make like in career mode, right? Most people use the Weasley engine and the big fuel, the 1.25 meter liquid fuel tank, and with these landing, it's just way too much mass. It's too much for this mass for the these early fixed landing gear. You're much better off going much, you know, lower weight, right? But you need all the basic parts of an airplane. Right, because your first airplane, you don't need all that fuel or all that thrust, right? All you need is this, right? And if you notice, our wings are all set at different angles, right? Dihedral angle, right? You also have anhedral angle, angle of incidence, which is what you're seeing here from the side, right? Guys, this plane basically flies itself. I can fly this plane with just the throttle. Like, it'll actually take off and fly and everything on its own with just throttle, with no SAS, no other flight assistance. But you can get to the point where you can make something like this. And for those that missed the demonstration yesterday, this cockpit has no reaction wheels. That's the other thing the Rocketology mod does. There's no reaction wheels on any airplane cockpits. Right? That mod removes them. Right, so if we go here, you'll see there are no reaction wheels. Right, under command, there's just no reaction wheels. So you'll be able to do this eventually. Right, defy everything. Too hard. Well, it takes some practice to fly, but you get the idea. But yeah, Sinful, eventually the idea is to be able to, through a series of videos, to be able to go from, you know, a very, very basic airplane to something more advanced, because the more advanced leads to more advanced, which you know, you can get to stuff like this. Right, like near perfectly designed space planes that I can literally, this thing is so well balanced, I can set its reentry attitude, right, and start actual atmospheric reentry, and then get up, walk away, go take a leak, and come back, and it'll still be perfectly fine. It'll stay there, right? And it's just all about understanding the physics of the game and balancing everything perfectly, or as perfectly as you can. But even with a basic airplane, you'll see it is, we're gonna take off, and I'm not gonna give it any flight assistance whatsoever, meaning no SAS, no atmospheric autopilot. Which, by the way, if you like making airplanes, atmospheric autopilot does what SAS does for rockets, but it's purpose built for airplanes, and it is so much better than SAS for airplanes. But all I'm going to use is trim and throttle. Also, if you're not aware, if you hit caps lock, notice the color over here on the far left. Oh, might get my head out of the way. Right over here, you'll see orange. That's by default. If you hit the caps lock, they turn turquoise. This is fine control. It also works for RCS. It softens your control inputs, right? So they're not nearly as radical, right, on the aircraft. But it also works for RCS, and like Nurse, like RCS, it cuts RCS thrust to like 20%. So if you're having trouble running, you know, docking, you know, because your RCS is overpowered, caps lock. All right, I would also recommend Kerbal flight indicators, as it gives you this datum line in an artificial horizon out in front of you. All right, now watch. No hands. See, hands are here. I'm just using trim. Right, and if you're not using SAS, you can use trim. And trim is done by holding down the left Alt key, plus W, whatever keys you want to be able to trim the flight. So in this case, I'm trimming the elevators, right? So it's just Alt W and Alt S, right? And then Alt X, right? Alt X-ray is trim reset. Angle of attack isn't something that you actually set, it's what the aircraft flies at, or right? And to give you an idea, all right, so angle of attack is the difference between the direction that your plane is flying and the direction the nose is pointing, because they're not always the same. In fact, in most aircraft in real life, they're not the same at all. But in reality, it also has to do with the wings. But you can preload angle of attack, which is called angle of incidence, which is the angle of the wings relative to the fuselage. Right, and I'll get more into that when we go to actually build our first plane. I'll go more into how all that works. Right, but just know it actually does work. Right, and I fly Kerbal with mouse and keyboard, not a joystick. Right, but you can see how stable the aircraft is, and I'm barely giving it any input. And there's no SAS, there's no atmospheric autopilot, it's just physics. And that's why I thought about nav utilities, because it does add in some more flight simulator-esque utilities. Right, but anyway, this is in fact, I'll just copy this craft file over, or we'll build it new from scratch, and just to kind of give you an idea. Once we unlock actual airplane parts. Right, and the plane is very low mass, right? So it has no issues with these landing gear. And as you can tell, the plane is extremely easy to fly. Horizontal stabilizers? No. The horizontal stabilizers have zero angle of incidence. Right? But the wings have a 5-degree angle of incidence, and just, I guess, a quick primer on this. Right, so if you were to take a line, right, and draw it right down the middle of the airplane from front to rear, right through the center of mass, that is your longitudinal axis. That's the axis that the aircraft rolls around, right? But it's also the baseline of the aircraft, right? So you can see here, the blue line here is the angle, it is the longitudinal axis, right? They would run down the exact center of the aircraft through the center of mass. The angle of incidence is the difference between that and the wing root, the chord line. Right, so this red line here is the chord line. The chord line basically goes from the center of the wing, from the front of the wing, to the center of the wing of the back of the wing, right? Because different wings have different shapes for different reasons. But that's what angle of incidence is. And be careful though when you do this, because the way Kerbal Space Program works is all wing panels and wing parts produce lift or downforce, always. Right? There's no neutrality to it. So if you introduce angle of incidence to an aircraft, right, you want to make sure the wing is on the center, the main wing is on the center of mass, because if it's not, your aircraft is going to go all squirrely. And two, if you go too fast, it's going to want to just do a big loop, right? So general purpose aviation, in real life, all aircraft have an angle of incidence. Right? In real life, all aircraft have to have an angle of attack to fly. Right? Wings won't produce lift without angle of attack. Right? An angle of attack, as I said, is the difference between the chord line and the direction, the nose of the airplane. Well, the direction of where the airplane's flying. Like fighter planes, for example, don't have an angle of incidence. Right? So they fly really nose high. Right? Have you ever been to an air show and you see fighter jets fly? Right? They're flying level, but their nose is like 6 degrees up. That's because their wings don't have any angle of incidence. Right? And as I said, wings don't produce lift without angle of attack. Well, once we get into more airplane stuff, we'll talk more about that. Because I can go off the rabbit hole, and I have spent literally hundreds of hours on this stream teaching how airplanes fly and how to adapt it to Kerbal Space Program. Because as I said, if you use wing panels, they always generate lift or downforce depending on their angle of attack. If it's a negative angle of attack, they generate downforce. Right? If they're above if they have a positive angle attack or even neutral, they generate lift. Which, as I said, in real life, wings don't generate lift with 0 angle of attack. Anyway, I digress. What if it's a plane for squirrels, though? Well, they're going to be trying to get that nut. Food man, what's up, man? Yeah, and if you mess up your angle of incidence, you'll end up meeting the angel of incidence. Maryland, I put it on the bottom of the fuselage because I wanted the thrust torque. I wanted a little bit of thrust torque. But yeah, outside of specialized use, I generally don't add angle of incidence to the vertical stabilizer or the horizontal stabilizers. Bad juju. Merely because the engine, the center of thrust of that engine sits slightly below the center of mass. That when you go higher throttle settings or any, you know, above zero, right, you're actually imparting a little bit of thrust torque, which is why the nose came up. Like when we were rolling that airplane down the runway, the nose came up really early, like before the wings are really even generating any lift, and that's purely from the thrust torque. Which you also have to be careful with because yeah, you get too much variance. If this is your center of mass, this is your thrust torque. As you go down, that you're going to start really imparting a moment of inertia on it. That's right, science. We need more science. Oh, we also have a test. We need to test the plug. We need a test rig. Yes, this is sitting backwards. And yes, this is gonna look really weird. All right, engine test rig. All right, let's go out to the runway and run this test. All right. I'll turn this back off. Okay. Engine test commencing. In 3, 2, 1, activate. And that's it. Engine is tested. Once we actually unlock launch clamps, we can do this a little bit better, and it won't, you know, do the slow slide. Remember when wheels, does anybody remember when Kerbal, the wheels were completely busted? You couldn't use them at all for anything. I literally made skids, right, to be able to make little rocket-powered sleds to get around the KSC for science. Right, and even airplanes had to land on skids because the wheels were completely borked. Yeah, there's a few things, Poopin, that they skipped over. Like, for example, you know, they invented rockets before the wheel. But even so, man, look at this. You may not have drainage, but damn, did Black Rack hit a home run with this, man. How good does this all look? All right, let's recover that. All right, we're done. We got to cut that contract in. What else do we got? Poobin, you mean like they are with KSA? Or something unique? Yeah, invented rockets before the wheel and ladders. Well, actually, now it's more, you know what the worst part is about that? You know there's ladders on the side of the buildings, right? And Poobin, dude, I went back and I watched the Genesis part of the Star Citizen presentation over again. Man, it's just, each time I see it, and I've watched it like 3 times now, it's more impressive each time I see it. Like, that is like bonkers. What they're able to do. Now, granted, they did the demo on a rig because they answered a bunch of the Q&A questions. I don't know if you saw that. The devs that did that, they answered a whole bunch of questions about it. It is because everybody's like, hey, is that pre-rendered? And they're like, well, they can't do anything pre-rendered for Star Citizen. Everything has to be done in engine. However, they do have an unobtainable, I can't speak, unobtainable system that they use for recording those videos, right? That it's you know, probably a couple $100,000 machine, you know, running a, you know, a very high-end commercial spec GPU and you know, stuff that's not commercially available on the market for consumers. Okay, part testing. What else we got? Test the attitude controlled decoupler on an escape trajectory. Usually when it says escape trajectory, that is, yeah, out of Kerbin, it's out of Kerbin's sphere of influence. Like, into the sun. We don't want that. Or towards the sun. Sinful? Yeah, I am too, but I'm still trying to be, you know, skeptically optimistic. If that's a thing. You know, I guess word-wise they cancel each other out. Cautiously optimistic, I guess, is a better way to put it. With a little skepticism thrown in there. Yeah, space tourism we're not ready for yet. Yep, we need more science. We got to go get more science. Lots more science. We're going to have to drive our science truck around to all the areas again around the KSC to get more science. Right, speaking of... Oh, we already added those science experiments, so we'll be able to get some of this fairly easy, right? So the next thing we need... to get into orbit, we're going to need general rocketry and advanced rocketry. Technically, we can do without that, but it would be better if we had that. Right? It would make more sense if we had general construction to do that as well, because we need launch clamps. Right, and then obviously we also need aviation, and to get to there we need stability. And even though I think I'm going to go for aviation first, because aviation will unlock us to be able to do those survey contracts, to be able to make money, so that we can work on getting the other stuff here. Right, as we'd be able to do. And I keep going in the wrong damn building. Yeah, there is no KSP2. We don't talk about KSP2 here. Right, so these survey missions will allow us to be able to fly around and actually make a decent amount of money. All right, but I think this is a good place to take a break for today. As I said, this will be today's stream will be uploaded to YouTube. This whole playthrough is going to be uploaded to YouTube. So if you need that, there is the link right there to the YouTube channel. And I am taking it slow because I don't want to burn myself out on this. I'm still not 100% sold on coming back to Kerbal. Just FYI, throwing that out there. Right, but I will add, time in to be able to keep this going. All right, but that is going to do it on the Kerbal side today. I may stream again later this evening and do some MechWarrior 5 if anybody's up for watching our modded MechWarrior 5 playthrough. Yep, and there's the link to Discord, and if you need any of the other social stuff, there you go, which also includes another link to Discord there. Right, and as I said, I don't have a solidified mod list just yet, so if you see something you're interested in, I can point you in the right direction on it. But once I get it up and running, the mod list will be put into Discord. Sinful favorite mech and loadout, the SLDF Royal Guard Marauder. Right, with ERPPCs, XL engine, LB-10X in the torso, 2 medium pulse lasers, Guardian ECM or Angel ECM if you can find one. You like the laser back? Problem is, you lose that torso, you lose 90% of your firepower. And Chief is all about the king crab. All right, but we'll be continuing this tomorrow. And as I said, this episode will be uploaded to YouTube tonight. But until then, you guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, wherever it is where you be. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. Chief, thank you so much again for that donation. Actually, there's 2 donations today. Right, Scientic, thank you. And then Jamorian for dropping in that raid. And everybody coming in. We'll pick this up tomorrow. Let's see who we can go hang out with today. Anybody else doing some Kerbal that we're... Some people just have like an automated, like Johnny's, Johnny Othan. I believe his is an automated channel. Who's Ezra Plays? Well, we're gonna go surprise Ezra Plays. He's also doing some Kerbal. He's getting ready to do his first moon landing, so you guys will be able to give him help out a little bit. All right, once again, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, we're gonna go hang out with Ezra Plays. So you guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, great whatever it is, where it may be, and I will see you guys next time. And thank you again. I really appreciate all you guys showing up today. Have a good night and stay dangerous.
Raise your horns into the air. There is plenty air to share. All are welcome. Take a chair and sing a song loud.